The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Burgos. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Le doy gracias a Dios por un nuevo día. Le doy gracias a Dios por todo lo que me ha dado y por la oportunidad de dirigirme a mis colegas y a nuestro gran estado. I give thanks to God. I give thanks for everything He has given me. I give thanks to God for the ability to speak to my colleagues and to our great Commonwealth. Let us take a moment to pause and center ourselves. Dear God, we gather today with humility, grateful for the responsibility we hold on behalf of the people of Pennsylvania. As this House begins its work, grant each member clarity of thought, patience in dialogue, and the courage to seek what is just and beneficial for all communities, large and small, rural and urban, established and newly growing. Help us listen with respect, speak with care, and approach each decision with a commitment to fairness. Strengthen our resolve to work collaboratively, even with perspectives differ. Remembering that our shared purpose is service to the common good. Bless the families, workers, students, neighbors who depend on the outcomes of this chamber. Guide us to choices that uplift hope, expand opportunity, and promote unity across our Commonwealth. May our work today honor the trust placed in us and contribute to the better future for all Pennsylvanians. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats without objection. The approval of the Journal from Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, we have to introduce our guests. This morning, our colleagues from all over the Commonwealth have some guests that are in the gallery, in the back of the House, and seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. This morning, it's the Chair's honor to welcome a growing family that lives right here in the city of Harrisburg. We are thrilled to have the Policy and Legislative Director for Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis, Steve Williams, with his very beautiful wife, Danielle, and their son, Malcolm, who's here for the first time. Many of us know Steve, and we worked with him during his years in which he worked for the Pennsylvania House Democratic Caucus. We are so excited to welcome Malcolm on the floor of the House. Please stand, Williams family. Welcome to the floor of the House. It's the Chair's honor to bring to the Pennsylvania House two outstanding principals. Both of them received the 2026 Lindback Award for Distinguished Principals for promoting learning at the highest levels at their respective schools. We have Principal Leandria Baltimore Hagan from Southwest Philadelphia, where she serves at John Patterson Elementary School, which is in Representative Regina Young's legislative district. I was fortunate enough to work with the principal when she was previously at Morton, which at the time was in the 191st district. The chair is so proud to see her career in education blossom, and a longtime friend of the chair going all the way back to LaSalle. Super proud of Principal Vance McNear, who serves in Representative Gallagher's district at the Edwin Forrest Elementary School in Northeast Philadelphia. Each of these principals continue to work 12 months out the year, although school is out for the summer. We are so grateful for your dedication to public education. Your records are so impressive. You have shown in real time what the impact of effective leadership is and how it impresses our youth. I was fortunate to go to Forrest for their Women's History Month program, and I'm just gonna say, Principal Baltimore Hagan, I'd love to come to Patterson. Congratulations on these awards. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague who serves as neighbors in Lycoming County, Representative Flick, brings to the floor of the House a retired member. It's the chair's honor to briefly chat with and meet a retired state representative, Rich Marabito, who served in the 83rd Legislative District from 2007 to 2018. He's here with his son, Rocco, who we'll be introducing very soon with his team members in the back of the House. Representative Marabito, welcome back to the floor of the House. Thank you for your service. Representative Solomon, who serves as neighbors in Philadelphia, has some guests seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum this morning. We are thrilled to welcome Jonathan Hoffman, along with his son, Jared Hoffman, who's going to be graduating next year from George Washington University. We will be following Jared Hoffman's career as he looks to serve in politics one day. Would Jonathan and Jared please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House, gentlemen. Also seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum this morning is the chair of the Philadelphia City Commissioners. We are thrilled to have from West Philadelphia, City Commissioner Omar Sabir, along with his comms director, Kalia Baker. Welcome to the floor of the House. Commish, I love my job. Representative Cepeda Freitas, who serves her neighbors in Berks County, has some special guests in the back of the House. Today we have, with the Pennsylvania Legislative Latino Caucus, guests who are here in honor of Venezuela Day. Colleagues, please take your conversation off the floor. We are joined this morning by Haraya Ned Sherrill, a journalist and community leader who's dedicated her career to amplifying Venezuelan and Latino voices. Please stand as I say your name. She is the founder and director of Gente de Venezuela and the commissioner of the Governor's Advisory Commission on Latino Affairs. We have Angel Alvarado, a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Pennsylvania, the founder of the Venezuelan Finance Observatory, a member previously of Venezuela's National Assembly. We have Dr. Evelyn Laurent Parot, a historian whose scholarship explores the African diaspora and Black women's political activism in colonial Venezuela, a retired professor from the University of California, Santa Barbara. And we are so grateful for them being here. Vive Venezuela. We look forward to celebrating with you this afternoon. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleagues that serve Montgomery County, Representatives Webster and our Majority Leader, Representative Bradford, have the FC Montco Dragons. On May the 16th this year, they won the U16 Eastern Pennsylvania Youth Soccer State Cup Championship. This victory highlights their unique journey and development. We are thrilled to have their head coach, Liam Woods. Coach Liam's playing career started on youth teams when he was previously in the United Kingdom. We are so grateful for Coach Liam, his ability to execute the game plan perfectly and to build the players' mental resilience. This win is a testament to their hard work that all the players and Coach Liam have put together over the years. With these champions on the rear of the house from Montgomery County, please stand. Congratulations. Also in the back of the house, Representative Flick, who serves as neighbors in Lycoming County, has the Curtin Intermediate School and the Williamsport Area High School here because of their outstanding performance at the Odyssey of the Mind World Finals. They represented Pennsylvania with distinction on the world stage. These students are from the Curtin Intermediate School. We are so happy that they were able to compete in the Division I problem, the Epic Quest, and earn first place. And the Williamsport Area High School students competed also in Epic Quest, but Division III, competing against the world's most talented student teams. Let's welcome these champions from Lycoming County. Please stand. Congratulations. In the gallery, our colleague, Representative Stir, who serves her neighbors in Northumberland, has Alex Call. Alex is a member of the FBLA Collegiate at Penn State Schuylkill. He will be the president of the Campus Student Government Association, and Alex is shadowing Rep. Stir for the day. We look forward to all that Alex will do in civic engagement. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Harkins, who serves as neighbors in Erie, has Tommy Mayo. Tommy is an intern in his office this summer. He just graduated from the Collegiate Academy, and he will be attending Penn State Behrend this fall. Thomas, welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Rivera, who serves her neighbors in Lancaster, has Gael Dorenceville, who is shadowing her today. She is an 11th grade student from Mannheim. Gael, welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Fleming has his legislative intern here, Jordan Bowser, a student from Georgetown University's Walsh School of Foreign Service. He's studying international politics and international security. Jordan, thank you for your work that you'll do this summer. Welcome. Representative Cepeda Freitas also has in the gallery her legislative intern, Ree Patel, who is a student at Wyomissing. Ree, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Malagary has in the gallery his Souderton neighbors. We have Amy Cummings Late and Patricia Hedrick visiting the floor of the House and shadowing Rep. Malagary. Welcome. Representative Kutz, who serves Cumberland County, has Thomas Forstieri, along with his mother, Carolyn, his grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Pearson, and they are celebrating Thomas's Eagle Scout Award. Thomas, congratulations. We're so proud. Representative Mullins, who serves Lackawanna County, has in the gallery Mid-Valley freshman Olivia Thomas, along with her family to the Capitol. Olivia is celebrating her win in the triple jump gold medal in the Class 2A meet at the PIAA Track and Field Championship just last Saturday at Shippensburg University. Olivia landed a triple jump of 39 feet and 11.5 inches to be at the top step for the first time in her career. Olivia, congratulations. We're so happy for you. Representative Mullins also has his legislative interns, Lee Giovanoli, who's studying at the University of Delaware, and we have Kyle Liparulo, a student at East Stroudsburg. Thank you all for being here and your hard work you'll do this summer. Welcome. Representative Curry, who serves Delaware County, has her legislative interns here today. Drexel University student Jaden Neese, along with student of the University of Pennsylvania, Shahil Rahad. They are both here and they are joined by the district office director. Cynthia Isles is also in the gallery. Would these students please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 911 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2496 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2629 reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 972 reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 993 reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Fiedler, Chair of the Committee on Energy, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2359 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2380 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2595 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2378 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2614 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2621 reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 528 reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 532 reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 546 reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 568 reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 131, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 733, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1381, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1731, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2033, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2035, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2136, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2281, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2344, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 779, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. Senate Bill 1293 to the Committee on Education. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals June 16, 2026. House Bill 2650 to Finance and House Bill 2644 to Transportation.
Chair recognizes the good gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey, Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Minority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will be caucusing at 12:30 and plan to return to the House floor at 1:30. Again, House Republicans will be caucusing at 12:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the good gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be a meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room immediately upon the break.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the good gentleman from the Lackawanna, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet in the Majority Caucus Room at the conclusion of the Rules Committee meeting. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please start making your way to the first floor caucus room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Northampton, Representative Samuelson, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Finance Committee will hold a voting meeting at 12:30 p.m. today in room 523 Irvis Office Building to consider House Bill 2650 and any other business brought forth by the Majority Chair. Voting meeting 12:30 today, 523 Irvis, on House Bill 2650. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 1:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair referred the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals June 17, 2026. House Bill 2690 to Games and Fisheries.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 95, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1944, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1967, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2299, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2443, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2464, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2586, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 133, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 138, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2207, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2234, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2544, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2632, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2650, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill? It is agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader calls up House Bill 2299, printers number 3019, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. The House agreed the bill is agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for body cameras for county probation officers.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, good gentleman from Erie, Majority Chair of Policy, Representative Bizzarro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a substantially similar bill passed by Senator Baker unanimously last November. What House Bill 2299 does is add county probation and parole officers to the existing exception under the wiretap law. And I ask members for their affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 195, the nays are 7. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will send the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader calls up House Bill 1967, printers number 2482, on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill designates a portion of Allegheny River Boulevard in Allegheny County as a scenic byway.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative McAndrew.
Allegheny River Boulevard spans from the city of Pittsburgh through Penn Hills, Verona, and Oakmont. It borders the majestic Allegheny River and is a notable location to make a scenic byway designation, particularly with different events going on throughout that stretch and within the Oakmont community. The Oakmont Country Club, which resides in there, this year will once again host a tournament, the Amateur Open, in July, coming up next month. As we build our ties in the region for tourism, I think it's important that we continue to invest in such scenic destinations as Allegheny River Boulevard. Thank you for your consideration. I urge a yes vote. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays are 100. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, we have some special guests that have joined us for afternoon session. The chair requests your attention. Our colleague who serves his neighbors in Chester County has his most favorite neighbors here on the floor of the House this afternoon. Representative Lawrence brings to the floor of the House his lovely wife, Becky, and their beautiful daughters, Sarah and Julia. Would the Lawrence family, which is seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, please stand? Welcome to the floor of the House. Colleagues, Representative Struzzi, who serves as neighbors in Indiana County and is the minority chair of appropriations, has some very special guests in the back of the House. This afternoon, we are delighted to welcome the Indiana County Fife and Drum Corps to the House. These students are in the 6th to the 12th grade. They all live in Indiana County, and they are learning how to perform American Fife and drum music for the youth in celebrating our big birthday, America 250, here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of our nation. They performed right outside the Capitol today, and they will be performing in the Salute to Independence Semi-Quincentennial Parade in the chair's hometown of Philadelphia on July the 3rd. Indiana County Drum Corps, please stand. We are so grateful to have you. Happy birthday to America. Thank you. Colleagues, please take your seats. We have a retirement. Colleagues, this afternoon, the chair would like to take a moment to recognize a long-term team member who will soon be retiring. Today, the chair would like to recognize and honor Marlene Wilson, the senior research analyst for our colleague, State Representative Scott Conklin. She will be retiring from the Pennsylvania House of Representatives with over 25 years of legislative service. Marlene's career began as a research analyst for the House Judiciary Committee and later with the Democratic Caucus Secretary with retired Representative Kevin Blanc. Throughout her tenure, she also held the position of Chief Legal Counsel for the Democratic Caucus Secretary with retired Representative Frank Dermody. She was also the project manager and research analyst for the Legislative Policy and Research Office, and as said, currently research analyst for Representative Conklin. Marlene is best known for her time serving as the executive director for the Professional Licensure Committee. That is where the chair first got to meet her back in 2015. Marlene worked previously along Chairman Mike Sturla, Mike McGeehan, Harry Reedshaw, and Jake Wheatley. During that time, she helped many licensees from across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to resolve their licensing issues, including through the COVID-19 pandemic. She worked on multiple milestone legislative proposals that were enacted into law, addressing the topics that include medication therapy management for pharmacists, the licensure of numerous professions, safety precautions, modernization of professions, increasing scopes of practice, granting prescriptive authority, and so many more. Marlene today is joined by her daughter, Selena, and her cousins, Noble and Doris. Many of us recognize Selena as she has been to the Capitol many times since Marlene started her work here in 2001. For the numerous late nights, for the long hours, for all of your hard work over 25 years, we extend a very hearty gratitude and best wishes on your retirement. Please stand, Marlene. Congratulations. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 95, printers number 3348 on page 1 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires disclosure of content and advertising that has been generated or substantially modified by artificial intelligence.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Paoli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The premise of this bill is simple. If it's AI, it has to say it's AI. People deserve to know if what they're looking at is real or not when making purchases. Disclosures should be clear and conspicuous in the same medium as the content generated to help consumers make better informed decisions and more secure purchases. Artificial intelligence is becoming a more prevalent component of our everyday lives. As AI becomes more sophisticated, it will be impossible to verify the author of material and content produced. Additionally, the questionable veracity of some of the AI content has the potential to spread false information or images. The current law puts a responsibility on consumers with buyer beware requirements, something you learn in the first year of law school, caveat emptor. But how can a consumer fulfill the responsibility when they don't know if what they're looking at is real or not? What if seeing is no longer believing, and the term, "I saw it with my own eyes," holds no merit? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering a brave new world where what you see is not necessarily what you get, where 3 seconds of your recorded voice can have you make a full speech you never made, or generated content can depict you doing things you've never dreamed of doing. And this reality had spread to the world of consumers. and we have a duty to protect our constituents from false and misleading advertising caused by AI-generated content. When this bill passed the House 2 years ago, it was proactive, but it failed to move in the Senate. And now we're playing catch-up with technology on AI regulation, and it's only getting more advanced. Each day, millions are poured into the tech industry, and we really don't want to wait and see how advanced it's going to be a year from now before we take reasonable steps. I believe that this legislation is one of the most reasonable steps we could take to protect consumers without writing off the potential for progress. Now, let me be clear. This is not an anti-AI bill. This is not a bill that states you can't use AI in advertising for the sale of goods, services, or real estate. Advertisers can use as much legal AI content that they want with reasonable and sensible guidelines. It merely means if they're using AI, they have to say they're using AI. We've tirelessly worked with all the stakeholders who've expressed their concerns to include Microsoft, Google, the Motion Pictures Association, and the Attorney General's office. I believe this bill has made the necessary compromises to not infringe on the free market while protecting our consumers and while holding bad actors accountable. And therefore, I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 124, the nays are 78. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The House will temporarily be at ease. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 95, House Bill 1944, printers number 3615, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill improves campus safety by updating medical amnesty and Good Samaritan protections.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Friel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 1944. This bill is really a bill about safety. And when I first learned of an incident that happened at Bloomsburg University and I needed help to address the issue, and I looked across the aisle and to my friend and colleagues here and thought, well, who's most policy aligned? And I made the obvious choice of calling Rob Ledbetter and Emily Kincaid to help me here because of that. No, but in seriousness, Good Samaritan protections are really critical for college students who step forward when someone's experience a medical emergency related to alcohol or drug use. We need them to act quickly and decisively and be thinking only about the safety of their fellow students. Members, every parent who sends their son or daughter to college hopes that they will be safe, that they'll make good decisions, and that they'll look out for one another. And the reality is that emergencies do happen on our campuses. And when they do, the most important thing that someone does is calls for help. And unfortunately, we learned of a situation up at Bloomsburg University where a student was found experiencing alcohol poisoning. Another student found him, stayed with him, rendered aid and called for help, and yet was charged with a crime. This sends exactly the wrong message. It creates fear where there should be action. It tells students that helping a friend in crisis could put their own future at risk. And believe me, every student at Bloomsburg knew what happened. The op-ed in the local paper laid out in detail the circumstances that a student who had not been drinking had found someone who rendered aid, and found themselves in trouble. That is a chilling consequence that we do not want. And this bill seeks to help that. And what this bill does is ensures that individuals who believe someone needs immediate attention, they call for help, they cooperate with first responders, and remain with a person in crisis, they are protected from prosecution for recklessly endangering another person. This bill is simply about saving lives and taking action. When a student sees a friend unconscious, someone who's struggling to breathe or showing signs of alcohol poisoning, we want them focused on one thing, and that's getting help. We don't want them hesitating. We don't want them wondering if they should get involved. We simply want them to be good community members and taking care of their fellow students. That is what's important. That's what we want to teach our kids. I think that's what all our parents here in Pennsylvania expect of their kids. They expect it of our universities, and this bill seeks to do just that. So, Madam Speaker, I ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 1944. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Kincaid, on final passage of House Bill 1944.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to take a moment to again address concerns from yesterday about the amendment that gutted and replaced this bill. I know there are concerns that this bill would now provide immunity to an individual who has recklessly endangered others, and I want to assure you that it does not. Myself, Representative Friel, and staff have been working closely with the administration since May to come up with language to specifically carve out from immunity people who cause the underlying medical emergency. This was the administration's #1 concern about the bill as it was reported out of committee unanimously. and the origin story of the gut and replace amendment that is now HB 1944. There are concerns, I know, that that this is overly broad, but the bill as amended would most certainly not give immunity to an individual who has recklessly endangered others, and to represent otherwise is not correct with this bill. We've compared the text of this bill to others, and I want people to understand that we provide civil immunity to Good Samaritans when people render aid, like these students at Bloomsburg University. They cannot be prosecuted civilly. They cannot be sued. But it is an absurd result for someone to be immune from being sued for actions rendering aid to another person, and yet able to be criminally prosecuted for the exact same conduct. All that this bill does is to align our civil protections and our criminal protections to say that if you are going to render aid, if you see someone in need, that you actually do that. We are creating a new immunity based in part on the civil immunity we, as the General Assembly, have already created for Good Samaritan bystanders. Our laws currently create an incentive for an innocent bystander to walk away from somebody having a medical emergency because they could be charged with reckless endangerment, as happened on Bloomsburg University's campus. The immunity that was discussed yesterday in under 6308 provides immunity for folks who are engaging in the same activity that caused the alcohol poisoning or the drug overdose. So it protects people who are also drinking. It protects people who are also taking drugs, who underage, because we want those people to call for help. And that is what the university policy protects as well. But when someone who has not been drinking, has not been taking drugs, renders aid, and we charge that person with a crime, we are telling people not to help. And that cannot be what the purpose of our laws are for. We should be encouraging people to call for help, because fundamentally, everyone deserves to live, even if they make a mistake, like drinking to the point of alcohol poisoning or taking drugs. I want every person to have the opportunity to live beyond the worst mistakes that they've ever made. And this legislation helps us accomplish that. So I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter, on final passage. House Bill 1944.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the good gentleman from Chester County for bringing forward House Bill 1944. Colleagues, many of us advocate for common sense back in our district, and that is exactly what the bill before us this afternoon is, common sense. This bill does not reward bad behavior. This bill ensures that our body here collectively in the legislature actually are advocating for the very lesson we teach our children. We teach our children to help folks in need. We teach our children to not be afraid of helping those that may need their support. Madam Speaker, House Bill 1944 closes loopholes, eliminates ambiguity, and ensures that the young people of our Commonwealth, when helping those in need, do not face criminal charges, but allow them to continue to contribute to our Commonwealth, be productive members of society, and without fear, ensure that they can exercise the lessons that we taught them that it is okay to help others, and it's something that they should do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 183, the nays are 19. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader. Calls up House Bill 2443, printers number 3616 on page 2 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for a Child Victim Recovery Fund.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 2443. When this building and this government is at its best, we are doing the business of helping and protecting the most vulnerable citizens in our state. And that's exactly what this bill will do. And I'm so glad to have found the perfect partner in this effort in representing the good gentleman to my left here, who has led a life of public service, including his career in law enforcement. Every day, children's advocacy centers across the state do the God-sent and indispensable work of protecting and counseling children who have been the victims of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. This bill would create a much-needed fund to make sure that these centers, which operate on shoestring budgets, will ensure that they continue to operate and are able to more adequately serve and protect these children who we wish never needed such a center to exist in the first place. And the good thing about this fund is it will not be funded by the taxpayers. It will be funded by those convicted of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. So with that, I ask you to join me in support of this bill, and most importantly, the children who are served by the Children's Advocacy Center network across Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cambria, Representative Rigby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand and rise in support of this bill, and I thank Representative Mullins for bringing me on board with this. There are 40 child advocacy centers across Pennsylvania. Cambria County was fortunate to have one of those. I was unfortunately an officer at the time where I had to utilize their services. Their services go far above and beyond what we in the law enforcement are trained. They are a very dedicated service to these children. Again, there are 40, there should be 67. I stand in support of this, and I respectfully request that my colleagues join me in voting yes on House Bill 2443. Thank you.
On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Luzerne, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues for bringing this very, very important bill up. I've had the distinct honor of sitting on a child advocacy board for years prior to this job. I know the work that they do inside those walls. I know the work that they do to protect our children and our law enforcement officers. And I can't thank them enough. And I think this is one way that we can ensure that they continue doing the great work that they do across the state. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. Bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 2464, printers number 3617 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill replaces Public Welfare Code with Human Services Code and Department of Public Welfare with Department of Human Services under the Insurance Company Law of 1921.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Parker.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I'm submitting my comments for the record.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in affirmative, the bill passed the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 2586, printers number 3477 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes title protection for music therapists in Pennsylvania.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne, Majority Chair of Ag, Representative Pashinsky.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's in this room that's going to provide a vote for House Bill 2586, and I submit my comments for the record. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 186, the nays are 16. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted in affirmative. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 463, printers number 3127 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing June 19, 2026 as Korean American Citizenship Day in Pennsylvania to celebrate the first naturalization of a Korean American citizen in 1890, introduced by Representative Steve Malgary.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Malagary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support today of House Resolution 463, which recognizes June 19th of this year, 2026, as Korean American Citizenship Day in Pennsylvania. This year does mark 136 years since Dr. Philip Jason, a physician, reformer, and a proud Pennsylvanian, became the first Korean immigrant to be naturalized as a U.S. citizen. From his home in Media, Delaware County, to his tireless advocacy for Korean independence in Philadelphia, Dr. Jason embodied the very ideals of civic engagement and democratic values that we hold dear in this Commonwealth. And I'm especially proud to support this resolution as a representative from the 53rd Legislative District in Montgomery County, and also in southeastern Pennsylvania, which is home to a vibrant and culturally rich Korean American community. From the small business owners and the educators to the artists and community leaders, Korean Americans have deeply enriched the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our region. And their contributions resonate throughout our neighborhoods, our schools, our institutions, bringing vitality, innovation, and a strong sense of civic responsibility. So the resolution honors not only Dr. Jason's legacy, but also the ongoing story of Korean Americans in Pennsylvania and those who continue to embody the promise of the American dream through hard work, resilience, and active citizenship. So by recognizing Korean American Citizenship Day, we also affirm our commitment to embracing the diversity that strengthens our Commonwealth and to encouraging all immigrant communities to take part fully in the civic life of our Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 499, printers number 3503 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read the summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing June 19, 2026 as Juneteenth Independence Day in Pennsylvania in commemoration of June 19, 1865, the date on which slavery was abolished finally in all regions of the United States, introduced by Representative Carol Hill Evans.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 196, the nays are 6. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the majority leader calls up House Resolution 547, printers number 3503 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution directing the Legislative Budget and Finance Committee to conduct a study on the use of electronic monitoring as an alternative to incarceration in this Commonwealth and to report its findings and recommendations to the House of Representatives, introduced by Representative Jordan Harris.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Minority Caucus Administrator, Representative Delosier.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in urge of support of House Resolution 547. This would task the LBFC with conducting a comprehensive study to use the electronic monitoring system. It's an alternative to incarceration in Pennsylvania. This bipartisan resolution, which I'm proud to co-sponsor alongside my friend and colleague from Philadelphia, Representative Jordan Harris, is a crucial next step in our work to modernize the criminal justice system and reduce our reliance on incarceration when appropriate. House Resolution 547 would authorize the LBF&C to analyze all facets of electronic monitoring, including GPS, continued alcohol monitoring, and home confinement systems across pretrial release, probation, parole, and county programs. The committee would examine current usage patterns, identify barriers to access, evaluate cost implications, access recidivism outcomes, and review existing contact and oversight structures involving criminal justice agency, courts, victim advocates, and private providers. This study would respond directly to an urgent policy imperative. Across the nation, programs that incorporate electronic monitoring have shown the potential to maintain public safety, and often more effectively and affordably than traditional incarceration. Yet our Commonwealth lacks the comprehensive Pennsylvania-specific data needed to guide us and optimize our investments. Representative Harris and I have worked as a team to champion reforms aimed at ensuring fairness, rehabilitation, and fiscal responsibility in our justice system. Electronic monitoring offers a compelling alternative, and it keeps individuals connected to their communities and families and preserves employment and stability. It reduces our society's cost of incarceration, but without clear analysis on where it is most effective and what best practices look like, we don't know what tools we need to do, and we risk inconsistent implementation and missed opportunities. House Resolution 547 would equip us with the evidence that we need to act confidently in our jobs as legislators. By highlighting disparities, the report would provide a roadmap for scaling successful electronic monitoring models statewide, and it would help us transition the policy based in data. This resolution would also lay the groundwork for a bipartisan leadership in criminal justice innovation. It would not force new policies today. Instead, it would demonstrate our shared commitment to informed policymaking, to making decisions based on evidence rather than ideology. I ask you to vote yes on House Resolution 547. Please join us in supporting alternatives that preserve public safety, reduce costs, and strengthen families. Let's support a future where Pennsylvania leads the nation in data-driven criminal justice reform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 174, the nays are 28. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2207, printers number 2901 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for capital development loans.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2473, printers number 3322 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill repeals the Flood Insurance Education and Information Act of 1996.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2632, printers number 3598 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill reallocates educational tax credit caps for 2026 to 2027 and replaces the EITC, OSTC programs with the options tax credit beginning in 2027 through 2028.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 133, printers number 3480 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for parental rights reinstatement.
Will the House agree the bill? Representative Delozier offers A03699. Will the House agree the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Delozier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment to House Bill 133. I want to thank the Chair O'Neill and Klunk and my co-prime Representative Krajewski for the willingness to work on a compromise, and that's what this amendment is. This amendment is shaped through extensive collaboration with child welfare advocates, county agencies, legal experts, and family stakeholders. And together we've worked to ensure that this legislation would truly protect Pennsylvania's children while providing families with a fair and thoughtful path towards reunification. At its core, this amendment would strengthen and clarify the process for reinstating biological parental rights after they have worked to make positive changes in their lives and to be safe and secure in a family situation. Right now, there are more than 20 states that have a path for biological parents and have a path back to their children. This amendment would fill that gap with guardrails, safeguards, and transparency. First, the amendment would clearly explain who may petition the court. It would limit filings to the county agency, the child's attorney, or the biological parent, ensuring that only those directly involved can initiate a reunification process. It would also ban petitions in case where parental rights were terminated for the most serious safety concerns. Second, it would adjust timelines. Instead of a one-year waiting period, the amendment would set a 15-month minimum unless the child has already turned 17. And this works to align with how long it typically takes for adoption efforts to move forward, preventing unnecessary disruption while keeping the door open for appropriate court-agreed-to reunification. The amendment then lays out a clear step-by-step process for the courts. It would require petitions to include essential information about the child, the biological parent, and whether the child consents when old enough to do so. It addresses legal representation for the child and the parents who cannot afford it, and it would establish a pre-hearing conference to make sure proceedings are efficient and set strict timelines so that the children and their families are not left waiting in limbo. Finally, the amendment would ensure transparency in judicial decisions, prevent repeated filings after denials, and specify that the reinstated parents are not retroactively responsible for child support. These rules would also apply to children under the court's this would apply to children under the court's supervision, ensuring that no child is excluded simply because their case predates this legislation. This amendment would strengthen House Bill 133 by making it clearer, safer, and more workable to address many of the concerns of stakeholders. Some new issues were asked for in the 12th hour, but we hope to address some of them in the next steps as we move this bill forward to help the children and the children's families in our children and youth system. We will continue to work for the best compromise for our Pennsylvania children that are in the system right now to find stable homes. Most importantly, it keeps children at the center of every decision in the parental rights reinstatement process. And I respectfully ask for your support of this amendment to House Bill 133. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to Representative Delozier for her partnership on this important legislation. Thank you, Representative Klunk, for your partnership as well. This amendment takes some very important feedback from stakeholders and fellow legislators to strengthen the bill and address a lot of concerns. This is an agreed-to amendment. I ask members for their support. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, the Minority Chair of Children and Youth, Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the good lady from Cumberland County and the good gentleman from Philadelphia, as well as the chairwoman on this amendment. This amendment really addresses a number of issues that stakeholders have come to us with. truly appreciate the bipartisan nature of this bill and trying to reunify those children with their parents in these very limited situations, making sure that we have guardrails through this amendment. I will be asking our members for an affirmative vote. I do believe there is a little bit more work that needs to be done, and hopefully once this bill passes out of here, we can work with the Senate to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill is amended, will be reprinted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 138, printers number 3481 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes that parental incarceration would not be the sole basis for involuntary termination of parental rights, with exceptions.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative McNeil offers A03692. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia for a summary of the amendment. Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Amendment A03692 clarifies that parental incarceration for certain criminal offenses remains the sole grounds for involuntary termination of parental rights and should also be considered in juvenile dependency cases. I encourage a yes on Amendment A03692. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Clunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the good chairwoman for offering this amendment at my request, as it ensures consideration when a parent's incarceration is due to a child conceived as the result of rape or incest by the father, when the parent is convicted of criminal homicide, aggravated assault, or an attempt to commit those offenses in which the victim was a child of the parent, when the parent has been found to have committed sexual abuse against the child or another child of the parent, or when the parent is required to register as a sexual offender. Appreciate the maker of the bill working with us on this as well, again, to provide additional guardrails in this particular instance. I'm asking my members for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment's agreed to. Chair's understand the remaining amendment is withdrawn. Chair thanks the member. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill is amended, will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader calls up House Bill 2224, printers number 3555 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates the FAIR Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20, A03669, A03670. Representative Metzger offers A03585. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Somerset, Minority Chair of Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robin Hood. Robin Hood. We all know the story of Robin Hood. Robin Hood steals from the rich and gives to the poor, right? Robin Hood didn't steal from the rich. Robin Hood stole from the government, liberated from the government, and gave to the poor.
This bill takes from business, but the amendment takes from the government and shows the ratepayers real savings, 5.9% savings immediately, and gives that back to the people who need it. The people of Penns Woods need a cut to their bills, and this amendment does it today. Be Robin Hood today, my friends. Cut the bill, take from the government, and give back to the ratepayers because they need it now. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 196, the nays are 6. The amendment's adopted. Representative Lawrence offers A03610. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Imagine paying your water and sewer bill on time for years, only to receive a letter from your utility stating that due to their error, You owe thousands of dollars in unpaid bills. That is the reality faced by a number of my constituents. Existing law allows water and sewer providers under the jurisdiction of the PUC a 4-year look-back window to recalculate consumer bills, even if the reason for the recalculation is an error by the utility. Now, 4 years is a long time. This happened in my district, specifically in the Big Elk community in Penn Township. The water utility properly provided usage data to the wastewater utility for billing purposes, but the wastewater utility made an error in their accounting system that resulted in incorrect customer bills. The customers obviously were unaware. They paid their bills. Years went by. And when the wastewater utility realized that they had made an error, they recalculated customer bills for the previous 4 years, demanding ratepayers pay for the utility's error or face consequences up to and including termination of service. Now, frankly, this is outrageous, and it's not the first time that this same wastewater utility has misbilled customers. We've seen repeated billing errors in Penn Township by this wastewater operation over the years. This issue is also not isolated to southern Chester County. It's ridiculous to reassess a customer's bills 48 months after service was provided. This amendment changes the law to reduce the look-back window from 4 years to 1 year to protect consumers from years-old unexpected charges due to no fault of their own. It will also hopefully encourage utilities to get their billing practices in order to ensure customers are being properly charged for services rendered. I respectfully ask for support for this practical and consumer-focused amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 200, the nays are 2. The amendment's adopted. Representative Metzger also offers A03574. Will the House agree the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Metzger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The laws of economics are immutable. Whenever you attempt to limit profits, the chances of that entire system coming crashing down is much higher. And so this amendment would limit those profits to only 0.5%. And even though I want to know who is John Galt, I'm respectfully withdrawing this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeVanzo offers A03575. Will the House agree the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative DeVanzo. Representative Metzger offers A03591. Will the House agree the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Metzger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. March 24th, 2023, 7 souls lost forever, 10 injured. West Reading, Pennsylvania, Berks County. Our infrastructure matters. Safety matters. We can't tolerate losing the opportunity to make sure that our public utility system is safe for all and we lose no more souls. This amendment, simply makes sure that we are adequately funding the infrastructure that keeps us all safe and healthy. That's all it does, but it makes sure that the money flows in that direction first, and then we take care of the issues that are in the underlying bill. I thank the body for its consideration.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. Representative Williams offers A03642. Will the House agree the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The return on equity is a difficult conversation to explain, and this is the best analogy that I could come up with. I want you to imagine that we pass a law in Pennsylvania that says mortgage rates for homes can't be any higher than 3%. The net result of that would be that no bank in America would do any debt service for homes in Pennsylvania because it can't make any money. As a consequence of that, anybody that wanted to buy a home would have to go find some way of getting $500,000 or more in this marketplace cash to buy a home. The same is absolutely true for our grid infrastructure. If we can't service debt, then we end up with a grid that's failing, even more so than it is today. That's the whole purpose of an ROE, is to attract investors so that we don't have to go to ratepayers for billions of dollars of advanced cash in addition to what they're paying today to improve our infrastructure. The underlying bill basically sets that 3%, makes it impossible for us to finance the improvements to our infrastructure. Literally impossible. My bill takes corrective action because I don't think any of us right now can stand here on the House floor after a utility in Pennsylvania just filed for an outrageous ROE and do nothing. So instead, I offer you this: a performance-based return on equity framework for investor-owned electric, natural gas, water, and wastewater utilities regulated by the PUC. It's a modernized approach of setting utility returns, one that ties to financial outcomes and measurable service performances like is happening in other states. If a utility delivers strong reliability, affordability, and quality of service, they get more. If they don't, they get less. That's what it means to have a performance-based system. It ensures that no utility receives any amount of return, whether they perform bad or well. You perform good, you get more. You perform badly, you get less. My amendment directs the Commission to establish a baseline ROE when a utility files a rate case, ensuring that all utilities can finance their debt and also perform to get incentives. It's symmetric, as I've said, in its incentives and disincentives. We can't have a marketplace for an ROE. We've all complained about what's happening in the capacity market with PJM, and in many of us putting the blame on PJM for increase in capacity prices. The underlying bill sets a marketplace exactly like PJM, as though that's going to solve the problem. You need a responsible, litigated, regulated ROE with incentives and disincentives, and I ask for your yes vote on 3642. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. Representative Rowe offers A03672. Will the House agree the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment A03672 to House Bill 2224. Recently, our governor took it upon himself to negotiate a price cap on the price we pay for electricity supply through the PJM base residual auction. Now, that sounds really good in theory, but the unintended consequences are what we are grappling with today. My amendment adds a necessary limitation on how Pennsylvania may participate in capacity market price caps within the PJM interconnection region by preventing Pennsylvanians from having to subsidize states that have sabotaged their own energy generation efforts. The House Republican Policy Committee has held a series of multi-state policy hearings across the PJM grid with fellow legislators to discuss the all-important issues of affordability and reliability. Across those hearings, testimony consistently warned artificial interventions like price caps do not solve the problem. The solution is actually remarkably simple: expand reliable energy production. The reality is this, Madam Speaker: Pennsylvania powers our neighboring states, not just because we have vast natural resources, but because our neighboring states have doubled down on short-sighted policies that have actually discouraged energy production. Maryland, for example, has shuttered 16 power plants, eliminating 4,000 megawatts of electricity. Virginia is in the process of rejoining the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, an energy tax that we all should be probably pretty familiar with by this point, that will drive generators away from our neighboring Commonwealth. Fortunately, Pennsylvania left this very compact last year, and that was a huge win that allowed us to once again unleash our full energy potential. Unfortunately, rather than reaping the rewards of increased energy productions, Pennsylvania ratepayers will be punished with higher utility bills so that ratepayers in Maryland and Virginia can pay less. States that choose to suppress their own generation through carbon taxes or renewable mandates, they should bear the cost of those choices, not export it to Pennsylvania families and businesses. Without this amendment, Madam Speaker, we will be forcing Pennsylvanians to pick up the tab for Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, and the rest of PJM. But to support this amendment is to support affordable utility bills for all Pennsylvanians. So join me in putting our constituents first and supporting affordable energy for all Pennsylvanians, and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. Representative Ledbetter offers A 03680. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Amendment A 03680. Madam Speaker, our ratepayers certainly want the lowest utility bills possible. They also want to get what they pay for. Madam Speaker, my amendment simply outlines revenues to ensure that when ratepayers flip the switch, the lights turn on, even when there's a storm. That when they want heat, even in the dead of winter, heat comes on, and so on and so forth, whether it's water, air conditioning, et cetera. Madam Speaker, my amendment outlines that revenues need to be used to invest in the reliability of our grid, in the infrastructure that our utilities use to ensure that our ratepayers get what they pay for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. Representative Kutz offers A 03681. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Kutz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer Amendment A 03681, which would amend House Bill 2224. My amendment makes a simple but important correction to the scope of the bill. It removes language that currently applies the bill's provisions to natural gas distribution companies and water and wastewater utilities. Madam Speaker, the underlying bill was drafted with electric distribution companies in mind. Its mechanisms, incentives, and regulatory design are tailored specifically to the electric sector. Expanding these provisions to natural gas, water, and wastewater sectors with entirely different rate structures, regulatory needs, and operational realities will create confusion and impose unintended burdens and risk disrupting essential services our constituents rely on. This amendment simply restores clarity and applies only to the utilities for which it was designed. Other sectors should not be drawn into a regulatory framework that does not align with their infrastructure, cost drivers, and statutorily defined obligations. I respectfully ask for support of this common sense amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 101, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. All remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill is amended, will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 2544, printers number 3451, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for school administrators' rights during disputes and formalizes how school boards and administrators negotiate pay and benefits.
Will the House agree the bill? Representative Anderson offers A 03647. Will the House agree the amendment? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer Amendment 03647. My amendment is simple and straightforward. This amendment will support the purpose of the underlying bill to empower educators to negotiate salaries, benefits, and performance reviews. It will allow both teachers and administrators to negotiate their own salaries, benefits, package, and performance reviews based on individual merit instead of forcing educators to adhere to the collective opinion of the majority, often the slim majority. Currently, public education contracts alienate tens of thousands of teachers who are denied the right to advocate on their own behalf. Under the current system, outstanding educators, both union and non-union educators, are forced to abide by contracts that neither recognize nor reward the hours they put in, the measurable success they achieve in areas of preparation, instruction, and assessment, nor the intrinsically motivated personal investment they make in the lives of their students. My amendment would not eliminate the right for teachers and administrators to collectively bargain. It would simply allow individual educators to have a choice and a louder voice as it concerns their individual effort and merit. My amendment would allow teachers and administrators to willingly abide by collectively negotiated contracts if they choose, or it would allow them to choose to negotiate their own contract. It's time we move on from an antiquated system that often promotes and results in mediocrity, and move to an innovative system that promotes and rewards excellence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentleman from Center, Representative Takek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman's comments. However, this is not an agreed-to amendment, and I would ask my colleagues for a no vote.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia. Oh, he waves off. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 97, the nays are 105. The amendment fails. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 17, 2026. House Bill 2647 to Commerce, House Bill 2646 Insurance, House Bill 2645 to Professional Licensure.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to correct the record. On House Bill 1944, Representative Pickett was recorded as a no and should have been recorded as a yay.
Information will be spread across the record. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 133, House Bill 138, House Bill 2207, House Bill 2224, House Bill 2473, House Bill 2544, House Bill 2632. For the information of members, there will be no further votes. Colleagues, Chair wishes you all a happy Juneteenth. Chair is in receipt of a motion by the good gentleman, Representative O'Neill, that the House now adjourn until Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the House stands adjourned until Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.